Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello. Check. Mic, check. Mic, check. I want to turn up my mic a little bit, but get the mic closer then. Check, mic, check. I might have to 1 second. 1 minute. Let me check my own stream. Just for a short second, so I can figure out my audio situation. Mic works. Okay, let's go to Matthew Patrick's YouTube channel. We're gonna start from the beginning. If I have to go to bed, I'll put the bed screen. If I have to piss, put the piss screen. Poop screen. I'll be designing those when watching the videos. So interesting. We're not gonna be doing the plays, because technically it's not theories. We're looking at theories here, people. Theories. We're looking at theories and the promo. I know Hairspray Audition, It Takes Two ending is the best game theory video of all time, totally. But genuinely, I tried to do this last time, and that spent like a big chunk. It's like 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minutes. Like, yeah, it's a pain. It's a pain. Sorry, Matt, not too practical, but it's a pain. Anyway, without wasting our time. Oh shoot, yeah, I forgot. That's how I do shit. Woo. Sorry for cursing. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Whoopsie. Okay, get into it. Can I put a timestamp on this thing already, or shoot? Okay, I can't. That's a shame, but okay, let's look at the promo.
Cole, he's my miracle child. So how does your miracle...
Like the music.
Do you love playing video games? Are you tired of walking away from 12-hour gaming sessions feeling entertained, yet unfulfilled? Do you want to know more about the games you love without having to put in any work of your own?
GTA 4.
Well,
GTA 4.
now you can play
Nice game, actually.
and learn. That's right, Weboverse. Found here, we have created Game Tangential Learning Experience. Pop weekly video into your web browser and let the knowledge wash over you like a warm bath after a long grinding session. Be amazed as you master God of War mythology. Impress your friends with military strategies found in Call of Duty. And seduce your dream boy or girl by postulating on Kirby's epic quilting techniques. Could you do the work on your own? Of course. But why would you when you can have someone do it for you? Finally, you can say that video games are improving more than just your hand-eye coordination. Become the Renaissance man or woman of your dreams today with Game Theory. Achievement unlocked.
Hello, thank you for calling Giga. Come on, Miyuki, watch where you're throwing those things.
Ad. That was the first game dev video. My stupid brain has to figure out how to make the screens. 1 minute. Just put sleep music over. Just says sleep. Can I like put notes? Not like the notepad. Open. Open like a notepad sort of thing. Shoot. I don't know how to do that, which is a shame. Notepad. New text document. Sleep time. So when I have to go to bed, I just plop that baby right in front of the viewers. Anyway, let's actually continue our escapades, as you will. Let's look at Chronos Trigger. The first
Actually,
theory
how do
video.
I sign that?
I don't want to watch Crunchyroll. No thanks, not right now.
Time travel used in the game.
I don't like I watch
The
Crunchyroll
adventure-
anyway because I'm broke as hell.
Strap in
Like I still live with my parents, so I have to ask for allowance money. Money, yay.
to your DeLorean. Strap into your DeLorean and accelerate to 88 miles per hour because we're talking. Hello, Internet, and welcome to Game Theory. Is it fact or fiction? Are there any real-world equivalents to these phenomena? Well, Square, Chrono's developer, knows what they were talking about because, believe it or not, there have been reports of real-world time gates. They're officially called time events where a group of people travel through time via some unknown, accidental, or mystical way. The reports are... well, I'll let you be the judge.
Fishy.
This link will take you to some videos outlining a few of these stories, specifically one from 1979 about a time-tripping hotel. Chrono's time gates are also very reminiscent of wormholes, specifically traversable wormholes, a theoretical physics concept that is thought to serve as a shortcut through time and space. The Morris Thorne wormhole, the first ever proposed, be held open by some spherical exotic matter and, surprisingly, look very similar to the ones found in the game. Point, Chrono. That covers one mode of transportation found in the game, but what about the time machine, aptly named Epic? Well, to analyze this, we need to examine how it works, and to do that, let's look at its animation. When you set a course for another era, the Epic speeds up, presumably flies around the world because it disappears on one half of the screen only to reappear on the other side, is it? Once again, I am happy to say that it's really not that far from the truth. According to Einstein's theories of relativity, a dilation of time would occur, causing time relative to that on Earth, technically making it possible to travel a step further. Does the Epic actually reach these enormous speeds? The whole animation takes 3 seconds, so figuring that the circumference of the Earth is about 24,900 miles at the equator, you're traveling at speeds around 8,300 miles per second. Now compare that to the speed of light, which is 186,000 miles per second, and Chrono and the gang don't come close. But ...9 years old, playing the game for the first time. Let's set the scene. So upon arriving in the Middle Ages, party member Marl from the present is mistaken for the kingdom's kidnapped queen. Thinking that their lost queen has returned, the medieval search party ends, thus ensuring the death of the real queen. As a result, Marl, who is really a princess and the descendant of the lost queen, disappears completely. In essence, what my impatient 9-year-old mind couldn't understand at the time was the game designers setting up what is called a grandfather paradox. It goes something like this. A time traveler goes back in time to kill his grandfather before the grandfather meets his future wife. This murder would then prevent one of the time traveler's parents from being born, and thus the time traveler himself from being born, which in turn means that he could never go back in time to kill the grandfather in the first place. Tricky, right? But what's it mean? Some use the grandfather paradox as evidence that time travel isn't possible, while others, like physicists Igor Novikov and Kip Thorne, resolve the paradox by proposing that any time travel must be self-consistent. That is, anything a time traveler does has always been a part of history, or in other words, that past events cannot be changed, only altered toward the. When Chrono and the team rescue the real queen, they alter slightly the way it was achieved. Of course, a third option, the possibility of parallel universes and alternate timelines, but now is not the time to make yarn. And now it's time for my final thought. To this day, I love Chrono Trigger. The time mechanic is ingenious and brilliantly implemented, the story is epic, and the worlds you explore are all fully realized. But beyond that, we've seen today that it definitely provides a fairly accurate portrayal of time travel vision. But here's the take-home question. Is it possible? Will we be apocalyptic futures? The answer to that comes in two parts. Probably not, and maybe, but probably not. It's currently unknown if backwards time travel is possible. Just look at the grandfather paradox and you'll see just one of many. Hawking, the famous theoretical physicist, said it best. If travel to the past is possible, then where are all the tourists from the future? Well, it's either that it's not possible or we live in a time that no one wants to visit. So seeing dinosaurs or visiting King Arthur's court probably won't be happening without going to a museum. But that doesn't rule time travel completely. Einstein's theory of relativity showed the world a possible doorway to the future, and some small-scale experiments have actually verified that velocity-based time travel is possible. In short, there's a lot of complicated theories, and we're a long way off technologically, but who knows what tomorrow may bring? I mean, you don't find the time machine in the game until the year 2300, so we have a while to wait. But then again, the world was supposed to end in 1999. Anyway, what comes next? Only time will tell. Thanks for watching.
Alright, this is actually really good. Really great. That's cool. Happy gaming. But there's so many videos I've realized that's a mistake. It's in
This is Saul.
dollar.
Saul's balls are worth $2 million. That number
I
above his
can
head is Saul's
actually-
ball value.
I can actually do it.
Pull out your monkey wrench and just say no to crack, cause we're going
Crack.
clubbing.
I work in the sewer. It's a very hot.
Hello, Internet, and welcome to Game Theory, gaming's tangential learning experience. Since last week's first episode about theoretical physics was a little heavy, today we're going to lighten things up by spending some time with the world's most famous plumber, Mario. Mario. But what do we really know about this international man of mystery? Has Nintendo been pulling the wool over the eyes of Western audiences about Mario's true heritage? Find out. Mario's first career was as a carpenter. Running on girders to stop evil apes in Donkey Kong. It wasn't until the 1983 arcade game Mario Brothers that he got his start as New York. In it, Mario and brother Luigi must combat turtles, crabs, and flies wandering through the pipelines. So, as someone currently living in New York and figuring that flies in a sewer are a given, I ask, do we really have turtles and crabs running through the city's pipes? Well, crabs. The long winters of New York and the already polluted and cold conditions of the sewer would make it pretty challenging for a crab to survive. However, in Italy, with its warmer climate, crabs in the sewer date back to the year 100, when Emperor Trajan imported crabs from Macedonia, center of the town forum, as part of a pagan crab festival. Those that escaped into the sewer thrived, and to this day, they are called Trajan crabs or sewer crabs. But what about turtles? And no, these turtles don't count. Although specific data is rare, it is generally believed that the chilly, dark, and bacteria-ridden conditions of the sewer would prevent cold-blooded creatures like turtles from surviving and reproducing underground. However, there is another side to the story. Folklore abounds with tales of unwanted pets being flushed down toilets only to flourish in the sewer. According to Robert Davis' The World Beneath the City, New York sewers were known to contain alligators in 1835, and there have since been multiple reports of the animals being captured on city streets, one as recent as 2006 in Brooklyn. But most telling of all, in Alexandria, Australia, rescuers found a rare American snapping turtle that they nicknamed Cowabunga living in the sewers. Look familiar? So maybe there is something to this after all. Moving on to our portly plumber's signature adventures with the Super Mario Bros. Games, our red-clad hero finds himself in the Mushroom Kingdom, a plumber's paradise of pipes with fire-breathing weeds and elaborate brick sewers. I originally wanted to explore if it was possible to clean out pipes using fireballs, since that seems to be Mario's only plumbing technique. But Google searching for weed in pipes was looking for. However, I did dredge up this factoid. Pets aren't the only things being flushed down toilets. Another popular staple of New York sewer folklore in the 1960s was that of New York White, an especially potent albino strain of marijuana growing from seeds in pot baggies that had been flushed down toilets during drug raids. Unfortunately, there was never any verification of this, probably due to the alligators and mutant turtles guarding their stashes. But on a somewhat related note, last month, 39 pounds of pot were found clogging the sewers in Arizona. So maybe Mario had some ulterior motives when he lit up the weed in those green pipes. Speaking of green pipes, that's a weird color for a pipe, really. For one, many pipes are made of copper, and copper exposed to moisture oxidizes, creating a green patina on its surface. For a classic example, just look at the Statue of Liberty. So perhaps copper and just a little aged. But there is another explanation. The green movement in full swing, more and more companies are covering quote-unquote eco-friendly color. For instance, the German company Aquatherm has built their reputation around a signature product line, the aptly named Green Pipe. One final note about Super Mario Bros. Notice how the underground levels in the game take place in brick sewers? Well, Nintendo got lucky in making Mario from New York. If he were from anywhere else, they would have been wrong, considering that clay was the dominant material for pipe when sewers were first installed shortly after the Civil War, and cast iron became a popular choice thereafter. New York sewers, on the other hand, are indeed brick, influenced by the Europeans who switched to making elaborate brick systems after a tragic experience with lead pipes, perhaps contributed to shortened life expectancies. This underground architecture, much still in use today, closely resembles some sewer designs used in Mario's later games, like in Super Mario RPG. And on that note,
Did you know that?
in the forest maze of Super Mario RPG, Mario experiences a different kind of pipe, log pipes, that function much in the same way as the normal green variety. Surprisingly, we once again find ourselves looking abroad for the real-world example. Perhaps as early as the 13th century, people in England were using hollowed-out elm logs for water pipelines. The US eventually caught on to the idea, installing wooden pipes in the early 1800s.
Now you know!
And now it's time for my final thought.
Final thought.
We've grown up
Gabby.
believing in what Nintendo has always told us, that Mario is a true-blooded Italian-American from New York living in the Mushroom Kingdom. But what we've seen here today might point in another direction. We've learned that crabs run rampant in the sewers of Italy, and that turtles may have a better in warmer climates. We now know that a leading Greek manufacturer has a headquarters in Germany, and that brick sewer structures and log drainage systems are more commonly found in old European cities. So what does that tell us? Only this: that our Italian-American plumber may actually have fewer American ties than we've been led to believe, and perhaps the Mushroom Kingdom is actually found in the old continent. As one last nail in Mario's coffin, as anyone in New York can tell you, no real New Yorker would be caught dead wearing bright colors. His garish red garb is much more suited for the frou-frou stylings of a European man. Anyway, it's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching. All right.
This analysis is looking pretty choice. Okay, time to start screenshotting everything.
No, with Hex you can
Put on your conquistador helmets and brush up on your geography, because we're exploring some world wonders.
What a wonderful
Hello, Internet, and welcome to Game Theory, gaming's tangential learning experience. Through these videos, it's my goal to teach you a little bit about it. And yet, I'll admit, I too have been learning. For example, after last week's episode, I got a much better sense of what you, the viewer, want most from these videos, but I digress. In any event, I'll keep you abreast of any new developments. Back to the point. Illusion of Gaia was my third favorite game growing up, and some now consider it a forgotten 16-bit gem from the Super Nintendo. What truly boggled my with a really nifty and eventually discovering a ship made entirely of gold. So fact or fiction? Well, there's no doubt about the Incans. They were the largest empire in the early Americas, centered in the Cuzco region of modern-day Peru. And
I don't
yes,
know much about
if
them.
the name Cuzco rings a bell, you would be on the right track.
Yeah.
Even though an invisible village and a ship of gold seem far-fetched, they're not that far from the truth. As a culture, the Incas worshipped Inti, the sun god, and gold, which was thought to possess the holy image of the sun, was used for religious worship, not for currency. Their wealth made them a target for Spanish conquistadors, namely Pizarro, who kidnapped the Incas' last emperor, held him ransom for 3 rooms filled floor to ceiling with silver and gold, then killed him anyway. This tragic fall of a great empire coincides perfectly with the timeline presented in the game. Gaia takes place during the Age of Exploration, a period between the early 15th and 17th centuries in which Portuguese and Spanish sailors searched for new worlds, new trade routes, and new sources of silver, gold, and spices. It's explained in the game that the village is invisible to protect it from all the outsiders trying to invade. As for the ship of...
My colonizer was Spain, so I deserve to have this half of the continent. And then the people right next door are like, well, my conqueror is Portugal, so I should have this half of the continent. Blah, 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 blah. And that's just me doing random. 1 minute. Hello, people. Hello, people. Hello. I'm back. Hello.
Gold seems likely that would have had enough supply to complete such a structure, but there is no lore about any such ship. Instead, their ships tended to be made of reeds and balsa wood. After helping to combat some slave trade near the Diamond Coast, the team makes its way back to Peru to explore our second location, the mysterious Nazca Lines, specifically one formation named the Condor. The game describes them as ground paintings, but they are really shallow channels made by removing the reddish rocks on the desert ground to reveal the pale layer underneath. There are hundreds of these figures, ranging from simple lines to elaborate designs of spiders, hummingbirds, and even monkeys. The mysterious formations date back to the year 400 and are still around today due to the windless and stable climate of the area. Though the game only allows you to explore the Condor, it is recreated almost perfectly. The game also agrees with real-life theories as to their purpose, communicating with a higher power. Anthropologists studying the Nazca culture have said that the lines were created for the benefit of their gods in the sky. On the other end of the spectrum, some theories have postulated that they are runways for aliens. Illusion of Gaia links the paintings to a mysterious garden in the sky, possibly alluding to another world wonder, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, which also relates to the final location of the game. But what isn't as exact is the game's attempt to connect the drawings to the constellation Cygnus, or the Swan. Stones placed around the Condor in the game are supposed to relate to positions of stars in the sky, but in fact don't come close to matching their real-world arrangements. A third leg of the journey leads Will to Angkor Wat, an ancient temple filled with gorgons, zombies, and fighting that actually exists. Blew my mind. Built in the early 12th century, it is the world's largest religious building, designed to represent Mount Meru, home of the mythology. Again, the game recreates the fighting through its multiple tiers of courtyards, to the reliefs decorating the walls, to even the shrub monsters that mirror the actual plant life found around the complex. But more importantly of all, it recreates the location's significance. At Angkor Wat's center in the game, there isn't a relic to find or a secret one, but rather a spirit who provides wisdom and a mystical cure, the game's equivalent to Angkor Wat's real life. Finally, Will makes it back to the Tower of Babel, the place of his father's disappearance, and the final stretch of the game. But why did the developers choose to end the game here? Well, let's look at the facts. The Tower of Babel's story originates in the Bible's book of Genesis, but it is said to have once stood in modern-day Iraq. Generations after Noah's great flood, the language. Their objective was to build a tower that would reach the heavens, that is, until God put an early halt to the construction by scattering the builders' languages as an act against human hubris. Soon after, the kingdom became known as the Storied Babylon. But why is it in the game? The events in the tower result in a massive change from an to a new and unfamiliar world. Like the Babel tale, Illusion of Gaia is an etiology, a story meant to explain some phenomenon. The Babel lore explains the birth of the languages of the world. In Gaia, the events surrounding the tower usher in another type of birth, a rebirth of the Earth itself. A big task for a video game, and quite an epic place to conclude an already epic journey. And now it's time for my final thought.
Have you heard of semaglutide, Ozempic, Mounjaro?
Hartman, this could be dangerous. Let's do it.
South Park: The End of Obesity. New exclusive event.
End of
now
Obesity.
Streaming exclusively on Paramount+.
Damn. Okay. Oh shit. Woo.
Put on your conquistador helmet. Vital pieces of the narrative. Father, it's about just a theory. A things. Math. Why visit all the Earth-ready epic journey? And now it's time for my final thought. This game is all over the map. No, really, look at the map. Why visit all these ancient civilizations? And this video doesn't even mention the Great Wall of China or the pyramids at Giza, 2 more landmarks that it includes. Other games like DuckTales or Bart vs. the World also visit famous landmarks, but the locations are simply settings, excuses to make the obligatory jump between ice level, water level, and mountain level. Never are the places themselves vital pieces of the narrative. Illusion of Gaia is different. From starving tribes to slave trade, from personal losses to the loss of a way of life, this game isn't about Will and his missing father. It's about a planet and the beautiful, mysterious, and terrible things that happen on it. Earth is the main character. I mean, crying out loud, Gaia, the Greek goddess personifying Earth, is in the title, so that should be the first clue. In brief, our world is an amazing place if only we're curious about it. That was how this game captured my imagination, and is one of the reasons that I do these videos in the first place, to learn more about a planet that's easy to overlook. The real world can be just as cool as a Midgar, Ferelden, or Cyrodiil. We just have to pay attention. Anyway, it's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. And P.S. Don't come to expect this every week, but I may just throw in one every now and then to keep you tuning in and paying attention. So with that said, ta-ta for now.
Why are you putting No! Okay. My computer's video card has been fried. For your information, my computer fried and then accident and me not realizing I'm fucking up my graphics card.
Behold, this arena will be built for war.
Yeah.
Hold block and press forward, back, up, and forward, because we're exploring the cute and cuddly world of... Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Free. You know the drill. In 3 episodes, we've looked at 3 older games, and last week did get a little touchy-feely. So let's get current and let's get gory. To celebrate the recent release of MK9, we're looking at some of the many painful ways to die in the Mortal Kombat universe. First, let's start with a classic, the human hand heart extraction. Kano's move from the original Mortal Kombat isn't just a memorable gaming scene, it's a staple movie moment, most famously from the Temple of Doom. And yes, to answer the question before it's even asked, ripping out still beating hearts does have its place in history with Aztecs, the people of the sun. Between the 14th and 16th centuries, before the Spaniards arrived in Mexico, the Aztecs were a thriving culture with a rich religious life in Mesoamerica. They believed, as told in their Legend of the Five Sons, that all the gods had sacrificed themselves so that them a continual sacrifice extraction of the heart, which they believed to possess a fragment of the sun's heat. By extracting the heart, this fragment was freed and returned to the sun. One of the 2 principal deities of the Aztec religion was Huitzilopochtli, the god of the sun at its zenith, and also the god of war. With a flint knife, 1 incision was made, and then the heart was ripped out, still beating and held up to the sky in Huitzilopochtli's honor. But wait, there's more. Though cremation normally followed, sometimes the body would be used in a ritualistic act of cannibalism. Not even Mortal Kombat took it there. But then again, that was almost 20 years ago, and we've come a long way since then. Speaking of removing organs, let's talk about a human's largest one, the skin. In the newest 9th installment of the series, Shiva has a nifty little fatality where she rips the skin clean off her opponent's body in 2 pieces. However, in this case, truth is stranger than fiction. Not only is peeling the skin away from muscle possible,
Damn,
swelling,
50,000.
and vomiting. Explosions producing 3 or more rib cages are rare. The Kiss of Death was also a nickname for a small pistol hidden inside a lipstick tube used by the KGB during the Cold War, but none of these things are like the kisses in the game. Is there anything closer? Well, maybe. In my research, everyone kept repeating this exact line. Quote, by the Renaissance, people were selling poison rings, knives, letters, and even poison lipstick. But nowhere was I able to find any hard evidence supporting this. Instead, it seems that they were confusing a purposeful use of poisonous ingredients in lipstick with an accidental use of ingredients that were found to be poisonous years later, like the ancient Egyptians using fucus algin, a reddish-purple mercuric plant dye. And even today, many bright red lipsticks contain trace amounts of the poisonous element lead. So, what's the verdict on Kisses of Death? I say, go forth and kiss as you please. Speaking of swapping spit, what type of reptile is reptile? Are there any human-sized acid-spitting lizards that we should be careful of? Well, there are thought to be only 2 poisonous lizards, the Gila monster and the Mexican bearded lizard, but both inject their toxins through biting, not spitting, so that rules them out. But that's not the end of the story. Komodo dragons, the largest living species of lizard, have a buildup of septic bacteria in their mouths because of their diet of dead animals. So even though they don't spit to burn off people's faces, they could if they wanted to. Add to that the fact that they can grow up to 9.8 feet long and are known to stand on their hind legs in battles over females during the mating season, and you have a pretty good candidate for the reptile behind the mask. Let's
finish this
by looking at one of the 2 guys that made this series
Finish
famous,
that!
Sub-Zero. When it comes to gameplay, freezing
thought
people and
not
shattering
because
their
loud,
bodies
my
into
window was
1,000
open and
pieces is his modus
12 in the
operandi.
morning,
But could a
12 o'clock.
Sub-Zero ninja really do this in real life? The answer is a resounding
yes.
Since our bodies are 50 to 65% water, dropping our core temperature enough would practically make us into human popsicles. So let's
Turn down the heat.
see what happens. At 86 degrees Fahrenheit, your body enters a state called metabolic icebox. You'll look dead and you won't move, but you'll still be alive. That is until 68 degrees when your heart finally stops. But to be cold enough to actually break off a body part, you would have to get the body down to 28 degrees Fahrenheit, literally freezing your balls off. Considering that liquid is around
Damn.
negative 321 degrees Fahrenheit, ways to die
imagine, like,
today. So what's the
turning
take-home
them
message?
into a
What
powder
have
and
we
just
really
squeezing them,
learned?
like,
Only
that would be
this. Stay away from
stupid as hell.
Aztecs because they're crazy. That's really all I got. But hey, it's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Before we start, before we go again, I'm trying to find music for the thing, but stand by. Okay. 1 minute. Okay. Got the music. Hotel from Undertale is our music. Or any... 1 second. Undertale. Hotel's going to be our music for sleep music. If you want other music you suggest it, I'll get your song request. Okay, I'll do your song request.
Forget to pack your bubble gum, baby.
As I walk through this world, nothing can stop together.
Hello, Internet, and welcome to Game Theory. Just to warn you, this week's video is rated T for testosterone because we're looking at a guy who's getting a lot of bad press lately, Duke Nukem. As part of his sound thrashing from critics, he's been called a relic from the past, crude and unfunny, and a jerk. To quote from Giant Bomb's review of the game, the character simply doesn't work in 2011. So that's our challenge this week, to analyze the bravado of Duke, pick apart the machismo, and see the character for what he truly is. By the end, we'll have a better idea of why his game seems so out of place today. It'll come as no surprise to fans of the series that Duke is a product of the 80s action movie, when bodybuilders were movie stars and mumbling one-liners while running around topless in communist-infested jungles was the norm. But just how much of the king is ripped from this genre? Let's start with his appearance. According to the packaging for the Duke Nukem character memory card, Duke is 6'4" and weighs in at about 240 pounds. Now, many have equated his look to those of the Governator, Arnold Schwarzenegger, because long before he was protecting Americans' rights in an office, he was defending them with an AK-47 against extraterrestrial super hunters. But despite weighing in at 240 pounds, he only stands at 6'2" and doesn't have the fluorescent blonde hair or perfectly square face of the Duke. Instead, Duke's physique comes from Dolph Lundgren, or should I say Ivan Drago, the Soviet boxing machine in 1985's Rocky IV. Besides the hair and chiseled face, he stands at 6'4". At his heaviest, weighed 245 pounds, practically an exact match to Duke Nukem. Regarding the rest of the character's look, practically everyone from this era wore the jeans and tank top getup, leaving only his omnipresent Duke Vision sunglasses. These are clearly stolen from the 1988 movie They Live, in which a special pair of sunglasses gives the hero the ability to see undercover alien creatures and the...
I've hit a minute. I've came here to chew bubblegum. A minute. I've come here to chew bubblegum. Kick it. Oh, fuck it. I fucked it up. Retake, boys. Retake. I've come here to kick ass and chew bubblegum. And I'm all out of bubblegum. Oh, so this movie had like a 6-minute fight scene, which is very interesting.
Subliminal messages they put out in our advertisements. No joke, but it is hilarious. Featuring some of the biggest what the moments I've ever had watching a movie. South Park's famous cripple fight is practically an exact replica of a 5-minute long fight scene in the middle of the movie, right down to the dialogue. It's an instant play on Netflix, so watch it now. Right now. Pause this movie and watch it. I'll still be here. Did you like it? And how here?
Okay, boys. Well, I'm gonna go watch that movie right now. You know what? I can't. I don't own a movie, and if I did, I would have to go to the couch to go watch it. I can't do that. So continue.
So random, right? Did you like it? And how about that ending? So random, right? Just out of nowhere. Anyway, while watching, you might have noticed this little moment.
I have come here to chew
Chew
bubblegum
bubblegum
and kick
kick
ass.
And
And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Remind you of something?
It's time to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of gum.
Maybe it's just a coincidence.
Blow it out your ass. Blow it out your ass.
Or maybe not. In fact, practically all of Duke's repertoire comes from film. Here are some more highlights. 1987, Full Metal Jacket.
Or I will unscrew your head and down your neck.
I'll rip your head off and it down your neck.
1988, Die Hard and its sequels.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Apocalypse Now of
Yippee-ki-yay,
79.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
I love the smell of bird crap in the morning.
Pulp Fiction, 1994.
I'm gonna get medieval on your ass.
I'm gonna get medieval on your asses.
Sudden Impact in 1983.
Go ahead. Make my day.
Go ahead, make my day.
Predator, 1987.
You're one ugly motherfucker.
I have an
You're one
idea.
ugly motherfucker.
But probably the biggest smartass personality and
Oh, wait,
stockpile
no,
of
no.
one-liners is Bruce Campbell, aka
I have an
Ash
idea.
from the Evil Dead series. Especially
So, if you don't know, my computer is had a video card fried. My video card got basically fried, as you will, toasted. So I'm usually use my dad's computer for if I want to do crap. So I was thinking if we want to play any games, we want to move computers. And I was like, well, I would have to end this stream if I wanted to do that, which is kind of, you know, wrong. But, you know what? It is a better idea. So, just 1 minute. Technical difficulties, boys. Technical difficulties. Shit, no, that's not what I wanted. Okay, so technical difficulties, folks. Technical difficulties. 1 second. I'm gonna have to restart this stream on the other computer because my computer's video card. I'm planning on basically switching computers, which it will be a pain. A pain. You know what? No, we're not. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. Because I don't know if we should. I don't know if we should. Should we? I don't know. Well, no, forget it. We're just gonna keep going on this computer. Gonna keep going. See what happens.
especially the final installment, Army of Darkness. Cue the montage.
This is my boomstick.
Groovy.
Good. Bad. I'm the guy with the gun.
Come get some.
Hail to the king, baby.
But Matt Cat, Army of Darkness is from 1993. Well-researched hypothetical viewer, but remember, in the first game, there was only an image. In the second, only the phrase, "I'm back." It wasn't until Duke Nukem 3D in 1996 that we finally got to see and hear the full Duke persona that we know today. And what we heard was really just a YouTube mashup of the best, most memorable, and hardcore lines from cinema. And the movie references aren't just limited to the catchphrases. Driving around in a massive truck, Big Trouble in Little China in 1986. The Shrink Ray, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, 1989. Women impregnated with alien chest bursters asking to be killed, Aliens, 1986. Even his name, the one thing you would think would be sacred, comes from somewhere else. The first Duke Nukem game, for a while, was named Duke Nukem instead of Duke Nukem. Subtle, I know, with a U instead of an E. Why? Because of Captain Planet. If all you children of the 80s will recall, Duke Nukem was the name of the radioactive terrorist and thing lookalike battling the powers of eco-friendly propaganda in the show. The makers of the game, afraid that the name Duke Nukem, with the E was trademarked, temporarily spelled Duke's name with a U, until they found out that no trademark existed when the E finally came back. Bruce Campbell, again Ash from Army of Darkness, an unknowing scripter of Duke's most famous lines, said it best. Quote, "Maybe they're just cheeseballs who can't conceive of an original idea. Imitation is indeed a form of flattery, but paying a guy is an even better form." Which brings me to my final thought. Today we've seen that Duke is part communist boxer, part recap of 80s one-liners, part eco-terrorist, and 100% product of other sources. But so what? Does this automatically make him a bad character or out of place? In fact, it seems to me like he has more character than
Okay, I
most
have a big
video
brain
game
idea.
heroes today.
I can fix this one. Oh! Okay, so we can do something. 1 second. Doing something. Okay. I'm a smart sausage. I'm a smart sausage. Let's watch this for a second. Okay, so didn't hear that. You and Nintendo. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I give up. I give up on what I was trying to do. I give up on what I was trying to do. So what I was trying to do is I was trying to save space on my video card by sharing screen instead of actually doing stuff. But yeah, but cause it is like midnight, I'm tired. Only want to wake. Windows open. Probably shouldn't be screaming about game theory at the middle of the night. So, so far, so can I loop this? We're gonna do sleep time, boys. So, welcome to sleep time, boys. It's sleep time. Boys, it is sleep time. Today, I'm just gonna go to bed. Can I make this font bigger? You know what? Even better. Don't save. Even better. Could do something else. No, not that. No. Chrome. Cool Chrome. Beautiful Chrome. Open a Google Doc. Open it here. Put in big, fat, nice letters. Probably center the font to make it look better. Sleep time. So, bam. And see y'all tomorrow. Wait. Whoops. Whoopsie. I did a whoopsie. It's not see you guys tomorrow yet. I just did a whoopsie. It's okay. Literally don't need that article. Anyway, I just realized you can't hear the music I'm playing. So you're just looking at a empty screen. That would be at least you should get the right to hear the sleep music. You get what I mean? You beautiful viewers deserve the right to hear the music. Sleep time. Then here. And I forgot to close my window. a minute so the neighbors don't hear getting blasted music. And, oh shoot. Okay. Please don't tell me I docked anything because I just accidentally need my computer. Oh my gosh. Anyway, see y'all tomorrow. I'll turn this down because I can hear from the house. Why is it?
Chrome.
Odd. Okay. I see. What if took this, squished it down, but instead I share entire screen. Just take sleep, the word sleep time. Hopefully, no more technical difficulties. See y'all tomorrow. For Christ's sake. Take this as sleep music. Take this as sleep music, okay? I physically cannot show you sleep music at the same time as playing actual sleep music, so you guys are entertained. So, my apologies. My apologies. Ugh. Bro, I don't know how I'm gonna do this, bro. Sleep time. It's sleep time. It's sleep time. Sleep time, boys. Can I share my screen? Share my screen and also have the same sound, please. So let me test it if I just share share specifically the music. Okay, it works the music. So y'all have to keep with a grain of salt. Keep with a grain of salt, everyone. Because okay, so I put in chat information of this music so people don't get confused, but yep, I'm gonna go to bed now. Good night, everyone. Good night. Night night. Night night. Oh, phew. I'm awake, everybody. Okay. Hi, chat. Hi, chat. I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm awake. Don't worry, I'm awake. I slept in like a sleepy boy. Like a sleepy boy. Sleepy boy. But yep, I'm alone again, so let's watch some more Game Theory. My friends are the only ones in that chat because I linked them on Discord. Got one of them. I was sleeping. I'm inside your house. You're in Ohio right now. I don't think that's the case, sir. You're in Ohio. You're taking a 3-week trip to Ohio right now. It's been 10 hours. Stream 10 hours. Jesus Christ. Anyway, let's do the science of Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm gonna do a Nintendo. No, that's not what I want to do.
Take a break from your classic Nickelodeon and get ready to do what Nintendo don't, because we're taking a walk on the wild side. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory. Today we're exploring the good, the bad, and the ugly of the Sonic franchise to see what its cute cast of critters can teach us about their real-life counterparts. Are hedgehogs really the fastest things alive? What the heck is an echidna anyway? And if there's time, we'll dig deep to look at some of the forgotten members of Sonic's extended character roster. So, let's dive right in. What do we know about Sonic? Well, he's blue, wears gnarly shoes, has about 5 or so spikes on his back, and can run really fast. How fast? Well, let's let his theme song do the talking. Sonic, he's the fastest thing alive! So, I think it's safe to say that most of you watching know that hedgehogs can't be blue and have more than just 5 spines on their backs, more like 5,000. You also probably know that they aren't the fastest. That title goes to the cheetah at 70 miles per hour on land, the peregrine falcon in the air at 185 miles per hour, and the sailfish underwater at 68. But obviously a cheetah can run faster because it's bigger with longer legs. So what if we took into account the relative size of each animal? Maybe then the hedgehog is the fastest. Well, it's a nice try, but no dice. Accounting for size, the winner is the cockroach, because it can run 50 times its body length every second. That's like a human running at 185 miles per hour. It's a scary thought. That's not to say that hedgehogs are slow, though. Unlike cheetahs that can only run in short bursts of time, hedgehogs have terrific running stamina, making around 4.5 miles per hour, which turns out to be about 6.6 times their body length every second. Definitely quick for a small guy, but hardly the fastest thing alive. So here's a quick quiz. What do Samus from Metroid and Sonic the Hedgehog have in common? I'll give you a second.
Creo que esto va a funcionar. An all-new arrival of all-new luxury.
Ready? They're both female. Surprised? Well, you should be, because it's a lie. The real answer is that they can both curl up into tiny balls. That, and they both appear in Super Smash Bros. Brawl and have lots of creepy fan art dedicated to them, but that's beside the point. Beginning in Sonic 2, Sonic is able to rev up into a rolling spiked ball, and this, of all things, is something hedgehogs can do. not rev up, but as a method of defense, the animal's two back muscles can pull the spiky skin over its belly and face, creating a prickly ball. In extreme circumstances, the hedgehog can also roll to attack, though in most cases it will just choose to run away. So, it appears that there is something accurate about Sonic's characterization after all. What about Knuckles? The games teach us that echidnas are gliding, wall-crawling animals that can dig with massive spiked fists. Should we trust them? Similar to Sonic, Knuckles really only has one attribute in common with his brethren. It's the digging. Found in Australia, echidnas have long claws that they use to burrow and forage for food, but these claws don't come close to matching the design of the Red Guardian of the Master Emerald. Like the hedgehog, they too are covered in spines, earning them the name Spiny Anteater, and use rolling into a quilled ball as a defense mechanism. But the echidna is much more than a hedgehog wannabe. Sega left out the most unique characteristics of the species, and for good reason. First, their rear legs are backwards. You heard that right. Their front feet point forwards, and their back feet backwards. It's to help them dig faster, and it must work because they date back to the dinosaurs. But they also get even weirder. Like their closest relatives, the platypus, echidnas are monotremes, which means that they're mammals that lay eggs and hatch their young. The echidna and the platypus are the only two animals in the world to do this. Finally, and I'm sorry to bring this up, but it's just so odd that it had to be mentioned, they have a four-headed penis. Enough said. In any case, replacing a four-headed penis with the ability to glide, I'd say it's a fair trade. Well done, Sega. Since there's not much time left, let's do a speed run through some of the overlooked members of the Sonic Menagerie. Ready? Go. First, Tails the adorable mutant. What type of a fox is he? According to Absolute Anime, he's a fennec fox, but I disagree. Let's compare pictures. Fennecs are known for their oversized ears and black-tipped tail. Tails' ears are proportional to his head, and his tail has a white tip. His coloration of red-orange, white-tipped tail, and vertical oval pupils all point in the direction of him being a red fox. Second, Rouge the Buxom Bat, Knuckles' rival/love interest. I guess no one told her about the you-know-what, or maybe they did. Anyway, is there such a thing as a white bat? Absolutely. Take away the bustier and hooker boots, there's plenty of creepy fan art to do it for you, and Rouge looks like a dead ringer for the Honduran white bat, a snowy white fluff ball with yellow nose and ears. The Honduran white bat has also been said to have inspired the Woobat from the newest strain of Pokemon. Next, how about Espio the Chameleon? Ever heard of him? No? Well, he had the power to change into all sorts of 90s-tastic colors in Knuckles Chaotix. So, can a chameleon turn purple? According to National Geographic, yes, they can change into practically any color. Chameleons have layers of special pigment cells under their skin called chromatophores. The top layers are red and yellow, the bottom blue and white. Signals from the brain tell these cells to either grow or shrink, which causes a mixing of the pigments much like paint and can take as little as 20 seconds. Finally, we come to Storm the Albatross from Sonic Riders. Yeah, we're really digging deep. He's the big, dumb, but fiercely loyal member of the Babylon Rogues, an avian group of thieves. Real albatrosses are similar. They're known to live in colonies with other birds, so flying alongside a is 9 years? Art imitates life unintentionally. Anyway, it's just a theory.
My
A
first
game
Sonic game
theory.
was Sonic.
Hello, thank you for calling Giga! Come on, Miyuki, watch where you're throwing those things.
Pull on to Interstate 40 and hide your flies, because we're checking out the world of Frogger.
He takes one step at a time. The way that he moves has no reason or rhyme. He hops and jumps, dodges and ducks, cars and buses, vans and trucks.
Hello, Internet, and welcome to Game Theory, except no substitutes. But if you do, make sure that you come back to my show every week as well, okay? Thanks. Anyway, we're keeping it short and sweet this week because I'm in the middle of a cross-country road trip to make a permanent relocation to the Los Angeles area. At Journey's outset, Brian, my resident hotness consultant for the Illusion of Gaia episode, this one, in case you forgot, hit a pigeon. So, as I spend 14 hours each day staring at the road, I can't help but think of two things: roadkill and the game dedicated to it, Frogger. But what secrets could this old arcade classic possibly hide? Would you believe me if I told you that I could prove without a reasonable doubt the exact species of frog featured in the game? Accept the challenge? Then let's hop right in and find out. For you youngsters out there unfamiliar with old Atari and arcade staples, this game stars, surprise, surprise, a frog. No mind's blown yet, right? But it's not just some generic type of frog. You wouldn't expect much from old school graphics, but look close enough and you'll see that Konami, the developers, made their title character out to be more than just a green sprite. He's a yellow-green critter with purple eyes. And there lies the first key. Sure, lots of frog bodies look like that, but how many actually have eyes that are such a bizarre color? 1. The Australian green tree frog. Notice the family resemblance? Still, I may have overlooked some, and even if I didn't, it's only one piece of evidence. How can we be sure? Well, let's look at the gameplay. Notice anything odd? Frogger can't swim. Frogs are amphibious, able to handle both land and water, so drowning shouldn't be a problem, right? But tree frogs, and Australian green tree frogs in particular, are known to be some of the weakest swimmers in frogdom, and anyone considering them as a potential pet is warned against keeping them alongside deep water. So our case just got a little bit stronger. But we're not finished. Let's keep going by unearthing some of the finer details of the game's setting, and then finding out if our frog would live in that sort of environment. The water at the top of the screen. It looks like our intrepid hero is making his way to safety in some sort of marshy area, known to have lily pads and crocodiles. Next, the Road of Death. Of course, there are your normal cars and semi-trucks, but what about these odd vehicles? According to the game, they're dune buggies, wide-wheeled vehicles used for crossing large sandy areas. There's also a strangely high number of bulldozers on this road, all traveling in the same direction. This means that we're looking for a location that is marshy, popular for dune buggy riding, and central to a great deal of construction in the 1980s. To find it, we have to travel to the land down under, Australia, specifically to its capital of Canberra. Did you think the capital was Sydney or Melbourne? Yeah, well, so did I until writing this paragraph. Apparently, Canberra was a compromise when these two largest cities in Australia couldn't agree on which should be the capital. Anyway, construction began on the Parliament House in Canberra in 1981, the year of Frogger's release. At that time, the Parliament House was the largest building in the Southern Hemisphere, valued at around 1.1 billion Australian dollars. Billion! Definitely a project requiring a few bulldozers. On top of that, just look at the huge amount of desert fit for dune buggy riding in the center of the continent. And last, but certainly not least, Northern Australia is home to both fresh and saltwater crocodiles, with the latter being the largest species of all living reptiles. It seems like the Australian landscape fits all of our requirements, so with the buggies and dozers headed east and the crocs to the north, I'd say that the true location of the video game Frogger is somewhere right around here. Does that fall into the domain of the Australian green tree frog? Absolutely. The whole northern and eastern parts of the continent are home to the frog. So if we were to shake a magic 8-ball, it would say that all signs were pointing to yes. With that, all I have to say is Frogger, Australian for video games. And now it's time for my final thought. People tend to write off Frogger as a game about a helpless little frog trying to cross the road. What they neglect to realize is that it is in fact a game about a giant mutant frog trying to beat the powers of natural selection. Look at it! Your frog is half the size of a tractor trailer. We're talking about a direct descendant of the Chrono Trigger Frog Squash frog. And a lot can be said if you track the lineage of giant frogs in gaming. Imagine, if you will, the following. A washed-up amphibious video game star, bitter from being laughed at one too many times for not being able to swim. Jealous of the successes of his replacement, he becomes Wart, despiser of veggies and murderous threat to Mario Jumpman. Beaten down again by the portly plumber, he turns to drugs, pawning the last of his former glory and becoming the stoned-out Flow Rider, Master Prince Flea Swallow in Parappa the Rapper, and perhaps, worst of all, to permanently strike his revenge against the gamers who abandoned him so many years ago. He fathers one of gaming's most hated characters, another giant amphibian like himself, the voice that would haunt countless gamers' dreams.
This is really starting to tick me off.
Slippy Toad, who is technically a frog because he is not brown, has smooth skin, and bulgy eyes. Look it up. In retrospect, maybe the early generation of arcade gamers should have just let this reject of nature get hit by a car rather than help it to breed its freakish offspring by helping him to cross the road. Or maybe he was just another frog. But hey, it's a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. See you in California.
California. Wait, that's where I live.
Roblox is way more fun when you have Robux.
Doing
But
diagnosis.
Robux costs
I don't
money,
care if
and that's not fun at all.
Get ready to lay down on the couch and start talking about your mommy issues, because this week we're looking at the psychology of Batman villains.
I just can't sleep. I'm so excited, I'm in too deep. Crazy, but it feels alright.
Hello, Internet, and welcome to Game Theory, a full college course in useless information. This week, to honor one of my most anticipated games at E3, Arkham City, we're putting my psychology degree to the test and looking at its predecessor, Arkham Asylum, to see what makes Batman villains so batty. Why are these games placing so much emphasis on a hospital for the insane? Can't Batman just send criminals to, I don't know, jail? Are they truly loopy, or does Gotham City not believe in prisons? So all aboard the crazy train, cause we're gonna find out. We'll start off with Batman's most interesting nemesis, the Joker. His symptoms include blowing up buildings, killing his own henchmen, and wearing bright purple suits, but we're not the fashion police here. Instead, his biggest symptom is his desire to create chaos. Think about it. Does he ever really say why he wants to destroy?
Oh, nothing much. Hundreds dying in fear. All their meaningless lives brought to a horrifying conclusion.
Not really. He just hates the man. This points directly to antisocial personality disorder, or APSD. It's an illness characterized by rebellion against authority, a trait the Joker has in spades. Those with PTSD also feel no remorse for those they've hurt, check, and have chronic, crazy episodes. Another big check there. Finally, people with antisocial personality disorder tend to use multiple names. So if the Joker wasn't enough of an alias, looking to the comics, he's also known as Red Hood, Joe Kerr, and Clem Rusty, a name he probably stole from the Dukes of Hazzard. Can a mental hospital solve his problems? Assuming he doesn't escape the pitiful security first. Probably not. Therapy would only force him to interact with a psychiatrist, an authority figure he would grow to resent. Jail would be the better choice. But that's only one of the Looney Tunes in this joint. Case in point, Victor Zsasz, a guy who randomly stabs people to death and cuts a tally into his own skin to keep count of his victims. A real man of the year. But is he crazy or just emo? We need to find the rest of his symptoms, and that means turning to the comics. In Streets of Gotham, it's revealed that Zsasz constantly hallucinates and sees everything in red. On top of this, Batman Chronicles number 3 tells us he suffers from a gambling addiction, was traumatized by the death of his parents, and even once attempted suicide. Wow, that was a downer of a sentence. Here's a funny picture. Now, I'm no doctor, but this cocktail of symptoms sounds a lot like schizophrenia, which is defined by hallucinations, addiction, self-mutilation, and suicidal thoughts, all of which go with Zsasz's backstory. Arkham? Definitely a good place for him. Hold up! This video's gone on too long without a sexy female, so let's check out Poison Ivy, who is definitely a little off-kilter. First, she has phytophilia, which is the love of and obsession with plant life. However, true phytophiliacs tend to have sex with plants. Now, maybe they cut this out of the comics and games, but it wouldn't surprise me. However, there is no question about her having a disease known as histrionic personality disorder. What does that mean? It occurs most often in women and involves overly emotional and traumatic behavior designed to attract attention. In other words, diva syndrome. Sexual forwardness is a key symptom and, yep, Ivy's got that. What else? Well, dressing provocatively. Yes. Being overly seductive. I'd say so. Rapid mood swings?
That feels so much better.
Definitely. And my favorite, thinking relationships are more intimate than they are. Just look at the way she views her relationship with Batman in any comic, game, or movie. Talk therapy is the best treatment for histrionic personality disorder, so her treatment at Arkham would really take root. And now for this week's mind-blowing revelation. Of all the loonies in Arkham, guess who's the sanest and the smartest? Give up? It's Bane. Yep, Bane. The guy you defeat by letting him run headfirst into walls. Other than his addiction to Venom, he doesn't actually exhibit any symptoms of mental illness. But that's not all. What's truly shocking is that, according to the Bane of the Demon storyline, Bane has eidetic memory, better known as photographic memory. According to the series, he's an expert in various scientific disciplines, knows 8 languages fluently, and figured out Batman's identity in a year. In other words, a real Bane in the neck. Oh, okay, enough. I'm done, I promise. In short, Bane would be just as dangerous at Trivial Pursuit as he is in hand-to-hand combat, something that never really came across in the game's portrayal of the guy. But don't scrape that brain matter off the walls just yet, because it's time for my final thought. We've spent a lot of time analyzing Batman's bevy of supervillains, but what about the Caped Crusader himself? Swiss psychologist Carl Jung theorized that those with identity crises develop complexes, one of which is the hero syndrome, a pathological need to help others. Sound familiar? But those suffering from the complex tend to set up dangerous situations so that they can save people. Batman doesn't do that, right? Right? Think about it. Each time the Joker, Poison Ivy, Bane, or any of these guys get caught, Batman throws them into Arkham, a minimum security hospital, practically a revolving door for the criminals of Gotham, rather than a maximum security prison where they belong. Each time they escape, more lives are put in danger, and they always escape, which gives Batman the chance to be hero all over again. So this Guardian of Gotham may have a little crazy in him. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching!
Wells Fargo has provided $5.6 million to help launch financial.
Pull out your handcrafted double-point knitting needles and get Grandma on the phone, cause we're unraveling some epic yarn. was an innovative concept in an
I like
industry where
Wario. I like
graphical
Wario
realism
Williams.
has become the norm.
Pink
But
better.
when asked how he came up with the idea, he responded with, and I quote, "It just sorta came to me." Really, Madoka? One day you just woke up and said, "Hey, I know, let's make a game about yarn." I don't buy it. What could he be hiding? To find out, let's look at the plot. For those of you who steered clear of this game because of its technicolor sweetness and childish sensibility, here's a recap. The evil sorcerer Yin Yarn has escaped from Patchland, a quilted world that he has sent into chaos, and is now trying to turn Dreamland into another realm of yarn. When Kirby stumbles across him, Yin Yarn transports the hero through a magic sock into Patchland, where he too becomes a yarn creation. And there you have it. But who is this Yin Yarn? We, in fact, get no backstory on the guy, a mysterious omission considering that he is the main antagonist of the game. In fact, he doesn't even know his own motivations. Just look at this.
Dreamland will be mine. Not sure what I'll do with it, but I'll figure something out.
So Yin Yarn is less of a fully realized character and more of a symbol of some evil force. An evil force yarnifying the world that must be stopped by the powers of good. But what could this be referring to? Surely no threat like this actually exists. False. They go by many names. Hardcore chicks with sharp sticks. Knita, please. The Wisconsin Knitting Society. But they are everywhere and they are active. I'm talking about yarn stormers, knit taggers, groups of females and some males who have banded together and go about bombing our statues, fences, buses, and trees. Bombs of yarn. Don't believe me? See the destruction for yourself. California, Pennsylvania, Texas, New York. A movement that was just unheard of years ago has exploded across the US and the world. Mexico, Canada, France, Denmark, Indonesia. The list goes on and they are showing no signs of stopping. But most troubling of all is that no one seems to want it to stop. Yes, it is illegal, considered an act of vandalism, but these grandma graffiti artists boast that most authority figures that have seen them working merely laugh, take pictures, or offer them suggestions. The Time magazine article blowing the lid off this guerrilla army earned an astounding 2,224 thumbs up. These people are criminals and we are responding with a thumbs up? A go get 'em? LFS, the Ladies Fancy Work Society in Denver, once operated by night, but now strut about proudly during the day, having been hired by the city for $25,000 to cover fences with crocheted flowers. Magda Sayegh, considered the mother of yarn bombing, earns upwards of $20,000 for some of her larger pieces. Fortune 500 companies are paying her to wrap their things in yarn. All this because of an impulse 6 years ago when she covered her boutique's door handle in a blue and pink cozy. A rebellion was born on that day as more and more people are trying to, quote, take back the knit and brighten dreary cityscapes with bright parking meter sweaters, subway seat cozies, and statue leg warmers. In Yarn Bombing, the art of crochet and knit graffiti, practically patchwork propaganda for this insurgency, bombers are encouraged to work in the night and wear ninja black to avoid capture. And there are more how-to guides available wherever books are sold. They are recruiting in front of our faces, which brings me to my final thought. Yarn bombs, yarnifying the world, covering things in fabric to make the world more colorful. Sound familiar? If Magda Sayegh is the mother of yarn bombing, could that make Yin Yarn the father? Thank goodness then for Kirby, whose game is training our youth to stop such macrame madness. It makes sense that Madoka Yamauchi didn't want to reveal where he got the idea for a fabric game, because he didn't want to tip his hand. He didn't want them to know that he was subconsciously preparing counter-yarners everywhere for an impending battle, a new war on terror. Seem far-fetched? Then explain this. 2005 was the year Magda Sayegh first put that cozy on her door handle. 2005 was the same year Goodfeel was established, the makers of Epic Yarn. Coincidence? I think not. Earlier this month, June 11th, was International Yarn Bombing Day. Thank goodness we survived. Kirby's Epic Yarn, the new America's Army. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching!
Thanks for watching! Alright, well, I did this a lot. Last time I did this, I think I got to Final Fantasy.
To be free and flexible and creative was really essential to what I wanted to make, and I didn't find a platform that...
Slap on some sunscreen and break out your peeler, cause we're getting fruity. Hello Internet and welcome to Game Theory, the show that's gonna put this game on the map. Literally. This week we're gonna put this game on the map. Literally. This tropical romp is a key to unheard of war in America's history. So enough pussyfooting around and let's do this. Now, I'm a fan of hard games, old school hard. Battletoads, I want to be the guy, both on my top 10 list, and man, the original Adventure Island is definitely in that league. Slippery controls, hate kills, lack of continues, memorization, glorious. You play as Master Higgins, a baseball cap, green short wearing Joe Schmo who's not afraid to let it all hang out as he skateboards his way to rescuing his hot trophy girlfriend, Princess Leilani, whose name mysteriously changes to Tina in the end credits. Wait, did she just break off the ropes herself? Women unacceptable! Anyway, Hudson Soft, the developers and publishers, claim the setting of the game, this so-called island of adventure, is located in the South Pacific. I say they need to retake world geography. Let's look at the gameplay. Like a lot of old platformers, this one doesn't let you daintily saunter through its gauntlet of snails, frogs, and jumping octopi. Oh no. You best be running your rotund self to the finish line before this bar runs out. What is it? It's a starvation meter. That's right. Unless Higgins is constantly stuffing fresh island fruit down his gullet every couple of seconds, he loses all will to live. And that's where we find our first clue, the local cuisine. Here are all the foodstuffs that appear in the game. We have bananas, and this could be an apple, or a cherry. This could be a tomato, or an apple. Let's just say that's a carrot. And if Yoshi's story was a waste of money, at the very least it taught me that those are melons. Oh, and there's coconuts hanging from the trees in the background. Coconuts and bananas are the most common in the game, so we're looking for a place that has a lot of both. Here are lists of the top 5 coconut and banana producing nations in the world. Comparing the lists, Brazil and India aren't islands, leaving only the Philippines, but is it an island? Now, mind you, geography was always my worst subject in school, so this was a legitimate question. But for those of you playing at home, yes it is. However, never is it listed as part of the South Pacific. To make our case airtight, let's look at the rest of the pixelated produce. Carrots are listed as one of the most important vegetables found in the Philippine Highlands, so check there. As for the melon, see the pattern on it? That's because it's a netted melon, also called a nutmeg melon, a rock melon, a musk melon, or most commonly, a cantaloupe. That said, does it exist in the Philippines? Normally, not so much, but a company named AgriNurture has created a new strain of cantaloupe specifically in the Philippines. Called the honey melon, this superfruit thrives in tropical soil, produces more frequent and sweeter yields, and is resistant to pests. The fact that it's rarer also reflects it being the most prized fruit for Master Higgins in the game. Cherries and apples normally need cooler climates to flourish, but submitted for the approval of the Game Theory Society, I give you manzanitas, small trees spread throughout the Philippines that produce fruit the locals call Philippine cherries. As far as apples are concerned, check these out. They're called star apples for the star pattern in the pulp, and yes, they grow in the Philippines. And to cover all our bases, if these poorly defined pixels happen to be a tomato, tomatoes rank second only to eggplant in production area in the country. Eggplant, which also makes an appearance in the game to suck the life out of our portly protagonist. I don't know what it is about old NES games, but between this and Kid Icarus, it's no wonder that a generation of kids grew up not wanting to eat their veggies. MatPat, Hudson Soft said the game is in the South Pacific. True, but despite these oceanic nations producing some amount of coconut and banana, the rest of their crops are much more limited. Vanuatu, coconuts. Tuvalu, coconuts. Papua New Guinea, coffee and coconuts. Tonga, squash and coconuts. Micronesia, taro and sweet potato. And it wouldn't be the first time an old NES game had errors in it. I mean, look at the game's booklet. King Quiller as a final boss? No such enemy exists. So are we really going to trust their authority? But yes, you're right. Fruit alone does not a meal make. It's only the garnish on this delicious entree of proof we're making, so let's look at some protein. We have red octopi, blue octopuses, some long thin fish that jumps out of the water to attack, and a fire-spitting cobra. There's also a generic bird, bat, and spider, but those guys appear in every game, so who cares? Here's a video of a red octopus off the coast of the Philippines, so we know that they're around. But more interesting and rare is the blue octopus, or should I say the blue-ringed octopus, the only species in the world that features the color blue, found in the Pacific waters around, you guessed it, the Philippines. Despite being the size of a golf ball, they're one of the world's deadliest animals. They carry enough venom to kill 26 adult humans in 90 minutes, 10,000 times stronger than cyanide, and with no known antidote and imperceptible bites, it's no wonder Higgins dies in one hit from touching them. When it's in attack mode, the rings on its body change to a bright peacock blue. Wild! The long thin fish looks a whole lot like a barracuda, and not only do they live in and around the Philippines, there's even a lake named after them. But most fitting of all, there have been reports of barracudas jumping out of the water to attack humans. Finally, the fire-spitting cobra is actually an exact match to the Philippine cobra, a highly venomous breed of spitting snake found on the islands. And yes, you heard right, it's able to spit its venom up to 10 feet. The fastest recorded death caused by a bite from these guys, 30 seconds. Not quite the instant kill featured in the game, but pretty darn close. So I feel safe in saying that between our flora and fauna, we have a good handle on the location of the game. But how does knowing that Adventure Island is located in the Philippines better our appreciation of this NES classic? Well, that's my final thought. Look at Master Higgins, clearly a stereotypical American. Overweight, baseball cap, prone to shirtlessness, hot trophy wife who doesn't even know her own name. Now look at the villains of the game. All animals, or veggies, found on the island with the big boss being a voodoo wizard. So what? Well, you've heard of the Spanish-American War, right? How about the Philippine-American War beginning in 1899? One that took more lives and cost more money. I hadn't. This is a much abbreviated overview, but during the US's imperialist days, after kicking the Spanish out of the Philippines, Americans lingered a little too long, and the island that thought it had won its independence realized that they had just changed owners. I propose that Adventure Island is a symbolic representation of this struggle between the natural old way of life and nature-themed. But if you really don't believe me, consider this. After winning the war, American settlers developed the land, using the rich soil to start huge tropical plantations. For workers, they hired the local Filipinos. Don't you find it odd that the American hero's name in Adventure Island is Master Higgins? What kind of a name is Master? Or is it a title given to a plantation owner? An American plantation owner in the Philippines. I'll let you be the judge. But hey, it's a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Okay, next video. Okay. My computer didn't like that, but anyway. Next video is Game Theory, Halo, Power Armor is real life.
Oh
So
Lord, for
Halo
only
is
you
real,
know the way.
boys. Halo is
No,
real.
it doesn't apply to this god.
Activate
Halo
your
is
bubble
real,
shield and
boys.
pull
Halo's
out
real.
your shotgun, because this is Spartan. Hello, Internet, and welcome to Game Theory, the show that's almost as satisfying as the celebratory teabag after a well-placed headshot. Almost. This week begins a shameless grab to expand my viewership by tackling some of gaming's most popular franchises. To kick things off right, we're looking at Power Armor served up Master Chief style. Why not Metroid, Crisis, Fallout, Vanquish, or any of the other 100 games that feature it? Because the Spartan armor actually exists. In fact, it may even be better in real life. And here's the kicker. You, precious viewer, can own it for yourself. Interested? Then pull out your credit card and keep watching. First, let's get one thing straight. Power armor is not to be confused with mech suits. Anyone else remember Mech Warrior for the PC? No one? Man, the 90s were too long ago. Alright. Avatar or District 9 then. The difference is that a mech has a person sitting inside piloting it, basically the same as a car. If your car had 2 tons of machine gun ammo, a pulse laser, and 30 anti-aircraft missiles. Compare that to Power Armor, which is, in essence, a part of your body, hence its real-world name, Powered Exoskeletons. Getting down to brass tacks, in Halo, Master Chief's armor is named Mjolnir, a name borrowed from the Norse god Thor's hammer.
Talking about missiles. 1 second. Talking about missiles. Talking about missiles.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't. It now is. Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't.
Okay, let's go back to game theory. We can go back to the game theory now. Just wanted to do that.
The suit is hooked directly into the Spartans from the Norse god Thor's hammer. The suit is hooked directly into the Spartan's central nervous system and is able to translate the electrochemical signals of the brain into digital code, allowing the user's thoughts to command the armor's movements. According to the game's official wiki, the suit amplifies force, doubles lifting capacity, and speeds up reaction time by a factor of 5. However, the benefits come at a price. Ordinary humans can't use it. Only those with a skeletal augmentation can wear the suit, eliminating everyone but a Spartan 2 and Wolverine. I should also point out that the suit weighs about 1,000 pounds, almost as heavy as an entire season's worth of Biggest Loser contestants. It also comes with a host of clips, belts, and magnetic holsters that allow for easy carry of 2 weapons. Well, believe it or not, power suit research began way back in the 1960s, taking place sometime between hippie love-ins and war protests. The US military, with a surprising amount of time available for a government agency waging war in Vietnam, along with the help of GE, developed the Hardyman, a powered exoskeleton that made lifting 250 pounds feel like lifting 10 pounds. Pretty awesome, except for the fact that the full suit weighed in at 1,500 pounds and occasionally break out into violent, uncontrolled motion, much like me on a dance floor. It was also harder to remove than a plasma grenade latched to your chest. Needless to say, the project was scrapped. Then, in 1986, came the first version of the Life Suit. After breaking his back in a parachute accident and reading the book Starship Troopers while in recovery, U.S. Ranger Monty Reed conceived the idea of a robot skeleton that could help the paralyzed to walk again. Now, 14 iterations later, the Life Suit, which is powered by compressed air, has done just that. It can also lift over 200 pounds and walk 3 miles in 90 minutes. But we want to make a Master Chief, a one-man army of strength and endurance, and that's why we need to check out the Raytheon Sarkos exoskeleton designed in Utah, which grants you full range of motion while providing almost a limitless amount of endurance. Seriously, this scrawny guy was pumping 200 pounds until he got bored. It makes carrying 150 pounds feel like nothing. So there you go with your super strength. But what about a suit that can also read your mind? Well, to find that, we find ourselves headed to Japan, surprise, surprise, to a company with a twisted sense of humor. Cyberdyne, yes, they're named after the evil company from Terminator, has developed HAL. Yes, they've named their product after the evil computer from 2001: A Space Odyssey. HAL 5 senses electrical impulses in the skin to determine the user's movement, then predicts the desired motion from a set of likely movements. According to Cyberdyne, it increases the strength of the wearer about tenfold. And you too can look like the Wii's new controller by renting this suit for only $1,000 a month. And if none of this interests you, you can always turn yourself into a giant robotic spider controlled by the movement of your fingers, like these guys did back in 1997. I can see your disappointed comments now, because none of these actually look like Master Chief's armor. And you're right, if you were shot while wearing any of these, good luck surviving. But just think about combining this super powerful exoskeleton technology with a suit of armor that's bulletproof without needing to recharge a bubble shield, allows you to sprint without needing to equip a special ability, and is able to be worn without having adamantium for bones or an HDMI hookup implanted into your brain. You'd have something better than Halo's design. Well, we're not far off. In Canada, Troy Hurtubise, formerly known for his anti-bear suits, has developed the Trojan. Close enough, but offering even more protection from life's little stray bullets. The armor comes equipped with pepper spray and a capsule of salt for your frontline fry cravings, emergency lights, an ingestible tracking device, a voice recorder, a mini RC scouting car with video feedback, a head-mounted laser pointer because, I don't know, there was space on the helmet, and even a shot of morphine for a quick trip. It's club-proof, knife-proof, bulletproof, explosion-proof, and idiot-proof. It even has a knife slot and 2 easy-draw holsters, allowing for the crucial dual wield. And to keep you cool while wearing a huge suit of plastic and ballistic foam, the helmet comes with what amounts to a solar-powered air conditioner. Oh, and there's a clock that comes out of your crotch. Did I mention that? And you too can be a human Swiss Army knife for the low, low price of $2,000 per suit. Wow, you must be thinking to yourself, he looks a lot like Master Chief. Way to stay sharp, Joe Gamer. He openly admits that the Trojan's design was inspired by Halo's tech. A revelation that brings me to my final thought. Bungie created such a brilliant sci-fi world in the Halo franchise that, as we saw today, it's shaping the future of military armor. Combining human-enhancing robotics with a suit that's bulletproof, light, and comes with a crotch clock? Huh, Halo may have started as combat evolved, but with a new trilogy just announced, the technology of Halo may just be a thing of the past. But truly, what can I say to best sum up what we've seen here today? Only this. Power armor is sweet. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Okay, 'cause I'm alone. But there's more to look at. One of my favorite Game Theory episodes. Game Theory Earthbound, the dark side of mother.
Dig into some trout yogurt and smile for the camera, because this week we're tackling Mother.
Mother, there is no other.
One of my favorite episodes.
So treat her right.
Yep.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show where our special PSI ability is Brain Shock. Episode 11, our romp through the Pacific Ocean to find Adventure Island, got me talking about my top 10 games, and this week has me unveiling one more. I confess it, I'm an Earthboundian, a Nessophile, a fuzzy pickler. Anyway, it's tied for my number 1 spot. Nessophile, me unveiling one more. I confess it, I'm an Earthboundian, a Nessophile, a fuzzy pickler. Anyway, it's tied for my number 1 spot. I mean, what other game has you fighting ruler-brandishing hippies, a former member of the Screw Attack team, and a huge, steaming pile of vomit with googly eyes? It's a well-loved cult classic and is hailed as one of the funniest, most unique games of all time. But this Technicolor romp about a boy, his bat, and his portly demon spawn of a next-door neighbor hides a much darker side. So put on your Mr. Baseball cap as we check out the birth of the creepiest boss in gaming, chemical terrorists, police brutality, prostitutes, dismemberment, and a whole lot more. At first glance, Earthbound simply appears to be an offbeat RPG with a quirky sense of humor. Taking place in the year 1990X, Ness, our silent protagonist and psychic wunderkind, along with the help of his motley crew, must save the world from an evil alien force named Gygus. Kinda like Chrono Trigger, but without time travel, and replacing the ethers and crossbows with pizzas and frying pans. The music sounds like it came from an episode of Rocko's Modern Life with a lot of catchy bleeps and blaps, and the color palette ranges from Sunday morning comics to psychedelic trip out. But the rainbow bright feel glosses over some serious issues here. For example, practically every list chronicling the scariest bosses in gaming features, spoiler alert, Earthbound's final fight against Gygus, which is odd since no other boss in the game is scarier than a Hello Kitty stuffed animal. Aw, a giant ant! Aw, a cute disease-ridden rat!
Oh, man. Sorry for a second. It is piss time. I gotta go piss. I gotta go piss. Okay, people. Piss time is over now. Let's get our scheduled program back. So programming.
Scarier than a Hello Kitty stuffed animal. Aw, a giant ant! Aw, a cute disease-ridden rat! But then look at this! You walk up through a twisted system of intestines, already a huge change in tone from the rest of the game, only to fight this, which turns into this! The director of the game, Shigesato Itoi, has been very open in admitting that his inspiration for Gygus was what he remembered as a rape scene from The Military Policeman and the Dismembered Beauty, an adult movie that traumatized him when he accidentally saw it as a child. It also inspired Gygus' dialogue with phrases like, "It hurts," and "I feel good." Also, and I'm just going to touch on this because fans of the game hate this theory, but it deserves to be mentioned, many have debated the final boss takes the form of, are you ready for it? A fetus. Seriously. But it kind of makes sense, walking along internal organs, and then look at the negative space here. It's kind of like a messed up Rorschach test. But baby or no baby, you can start to see why it's not much of a stretch to say that Earthbound may have some darker themes. Take, for instance, its cult. And no, I don't mean Earthbound's fan base. Sure, the
Who
cult
else is
depicted in
watching?
the
Day
game
left,
calls
James
itself
Black.
Happy Happyism,
Wait
and
till the
yes,
screen
their
black.
mission statement is laughable considering that they figuratively want to paint the town red by literally painting it blue, which includes coloring the town's
Yeah, I saw
dairy
that in that
cow a
person. I
nice
didn't know who
shade
it
of
was. It could have been Cody.
periwinkle. But like a hallway of fallopian tubes, it gets a whole lot more disturbing when you look a little closer. Aum Shinrikyo was a cult founded in Japan in 1984 by a mostly blind acupuncturist who claimed he could levitate. Here's a copy of their logo, and here's an image of their leader in his traditional attire. Does the color look familiar? It should. But there's more. The cult grew in popularity until the 90s, when it had built up enough support for members to run for public office. They didn't win, but their campaign became synonymous with singing, dancing, smiling balloons, and an overall happy tone. Another odd parallel to the Happiest of Earthbound, but if you're still not convinced, their headquarters was located in a small dairy town, a mundane fact which takes on a whole new meaning when considering that the only cow to appear in the game is the one living right outside the Happy Happyism compound. So who is this cult? Aum Shinrikyo began producing the deadly nerve gas sarin in 1993 and used it in the city of Matsumoto, Nagano, killing 8 and harming 200, making it the first instance of terrorism using chemical weapons against innocent civilians. They struck again in 1995 on 5 subway trains in Tokyo, with baggies of liquefied sarin wrapped in newspapers along with another baggie of solvent that could turn it into a gas. Members of the cult entered the subways, left the packages, and then punctured the bags with an umbrella point on their way out, leaving the deadly gases to mix behind them, killing 12 and affecting as many as 5,000. When their compound was finally raided, investigators found explosives, anthrax, Ebola, and even a Russian military helicopter. Knowing this makes a silly cult wanting to paint the world blue seem a whole lot more sinister. And the mature themes don't stop there. What about unprovoked police brutality? Can you think of another game before 1994 with that? How about a game after 1994? Even in Grand Theft Auto, the big daddy of bad behavior games, you have to seriously maim a couple of pedestrians before the cops will even pay attention to you. But here, after beating the first boss, Earthbound has Ness, a young boy, dragged to the police station where he is assaulted by 4 cops and their captain one by one. It's sick and accurate. You see, the 90s as a decade was the first time the phrase police brutality made it to the public consciousness, most famously with the case of Rodney King in 1991. It started when Los Angeles police officers pulled King over for drunk driving following a high-speed chase. After subduing him with a taser, the officers proceeded to kick him repeatedly and hit him 56 times with their batons. In 1992, a jury acquitted most of the officers on trial, which led to the famous LA riots. An interesting story, but what's it have to do with Earthbound? Remember how I said that Ness defends himself against 4 regular cops and a captain? Guess how many officers were there on the scene during the Rodney King beating? 4, and 1 sergeant. How about prostitutes leading you into hotel rooms to get mugged? Yep, Earthbound's got that. What about willfully choosing to have your arms, legs, ears, and eyes ripped from your body, only to then lose your mind? Earthbound has that too. It's funny just how much an oddball sense of humor and bright tone can cover up, because as a kid, none of this made me think twice. Well, except for that last one, I really didn't want that spirit to rip out my eyes. When Shigesato Itoi set out to create a different kind of RPG, one based on the real world, he did just that, and didn't limit himself to simply replacing tonics with hamburgers and merchants to department stores. He dealt with issues you see in the media every day: rape, religious fanaticism, violence, but handled them with a dash of humor and a heaping spoonful of bizarre storytelling. Earthbound isn't about a boy trying to stop an alien menace. It's about a boy growing up, leaving his home, and experiencing both the good and the bad of the world. That's why Gygus is so scary. He's based on the moment Itoi lost that childhood innocence. And that's why the ending of the game is so satisfying, because Ness faced that darkness and made it through, becoming a young adult. He's grown up, and we, as the player, have cared enough to get him there. It's truly a triumph of the gaming experience, and one that I recommend to anyone. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory.
1 second, folks. 1 second.
Hello,
Hello,
Internet.
Internet.
Welcome to Game
Game
Theory. Now with 100% more flash and 500% more audience pandering. Who says learning can't be exciting? This week we're talking about the philosophies of Ayn Rand. Just long enough to say that we're
Oh, I'm an idiot.
This week we're
I'm
looking
an idiot. I'm an idiot. Every time I mute myself, I mute the game theory. Oh, this changes everything. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, let's restart this entire video.
Ditch Mr. Bubbles and bring your little sister, because this week is going to be Bioshocking. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory. Now with 100% more flash and 500% more audience pandering. Who says learning can't be exciting? This week we're talking about the philosophy that we're not talking about the philosophies of Ayn Rand, because you know what? Bioshock is a whole lot more than just an objectivist romp through a utopian society. It's an objectivist romp through an underwater utopian society, which, as we all know, increases its coolness by a factor of 23. But could we really build an underwater self-sufficient city like the developers depict in Bioshock? This week we're looking at the science involved, from handling water pressure in undersea forests to geothermal energy and real-life millionaires currently working to make Rapture a reality. So would you kindly inject yourself with that used syringe of slug stem cells taking a trip under the sea? According to Bioshock's official wiki, Rapture is located underwater a few hundred miles west of Iceland's capital city of... Any geography buffs out there?
Reykjavik.
Very good! Gold star if you can spell it. That area of the Atlantic is actually some of the shallowest ocean water on Earth, only about 656 feet deep, or 200 meters if you're a viewer who actually understands the appeal of soccer, football. Compare that to Marianas Trench, which has a depth the equivalent to cutting Mount Everest off at sea level, placing it on the ocean floor, and still having a mile of water on top. With water weighing in at 62.5 pounds per cubic foot, even in the shallows of the Atlantic Ocean, any architect of Andrew Ryan's would have to contend with an immense amount of pressure. But surprisingly, the solution to the problem exists right in your own kitchen cabinets. The Triton 36,000 is a new submarine set to explore the depths of Marianas Trench, making it only the 4th expedition in history to do so. That's right, there have been more missions to the moon than there have been to the bottom of the ocean. However, what makes this expedition different is that the sub is practically a glass sphere made out of Pyrex, the same stuff as in Mom's casserole dish. Unlike other materials, the Pyrex sphere will actually strengthen under the increasing water pressure. Why this superglass is necessary for the cup I use to measure the water going into my EasyMac is beyond me. But here's the thing. The Pyrex name has been around since 1915, with its current formula being developed in the 1940s. According to the game, Rapture was finished in 1951, meaning that the city's network of rounded tubes and pipes could easily have been made from this pressure-resistant material. And the spherical bathysphere system, like the Triton sub, takes full advantage of using geometry to displace water pressure. However, the rest of Bioshock's urban planning wouldn't hold up nearly as well. The stone buildings and statues would erode faster than Lindsay Lohan's dignity, and the sharp geometric patterns of the city's Art Deco design would do nothing to evenly distribute the immense amount of pressure. In short, it's possible, but it ain't too smart. Building the structures, though, is only the first issue. How about oxygen? I mean, an underwater city is cool and all, but without air to breathe, it would kinda suck. Well, the game offers a solution. One mission has our hero, Jack, roaming through the undersea garden to revive the trees that provide part of the city's crucial oxygen supply. In real life, an indoor ecosystem isn't the challenge. The problem is getting sunlight through the water and to the plants. The euphotic zone is the name given to the uppermost layer of the ocean where 70% of the world's photosynthesis takes place. However, this only extends 100 meters down, which, if you've been paying attention, is only half the maximum possible depth of the ocean where Rapture is located. Now, you know that I'm not one to take the easy way out. I mean, I practically illustrate every fifth word of my scripts. But here, I think it's accurate to say that Arcadia is simply located in the top of one of Rapture's tallest buildings. Because think about it, 300 or so feet up by building standards isn't that high to begin with, especially for a city modeled after New York. Look, I had an explanation already with light bulbs being able to recreate sunlight's natural wavelength, but if you see here, this area of the game is lit entirely by what's streaming in through the glass ceiling, meaning that this part of Rapture must be in the euphotic zone. So that's growing the garden, but what about the oxygen itself? Well, the plants are a nice touch, but like a degree in classical languages, they're pretty useless. You see, oxygen is easily produced from the electrolysis of water, which for Rapture, there's never a shortage of. Basically run an electrical current through the liquid and have it separate into hydrogen and oxygen. It's a process that existed since 1800, and submarines have been doing it for years, so there's no doubt that Rapture could have easily incorporated it. No, the bigger issue is the removal of the waste carbon dioxide we breathe out, and sure, trees would make a little difference, but what's really necessary is a CO2 scrubber, a device which absorbs carbon dioxide out of the air so it can literally be thrown away like waste, a process that dates back to before 1878. It's an easy solution, making underwater living that much more enjoyable. So we have our buildings and we have our air supply. All we really need now is the power. The 8th level of Bioshock brings Jack to Hephaestus, the fiery furnace, a plant that uses the Earth's geothermal energy to produce the bulk of Rapture's electricity. And here is where the developers over at 2K show their brilliance. Because on land, utilizing the natural heat of Earth's molten interior poses multiple problems, including transporting it all the way to the surface, and the fact that it's very location specific, meaning that you have to be around a convergence of two tectonic plates to harness the heat available in Earth's lower layers. But Rapture being on the seafloor eliminates the first problem altogether because you've already gotten rid of hundreds of feet of piping. As for the second, remember what I said a couple minutes ago about Rapture's location?
Reykjavik.
Iceland exists on the mid-Atlantic ridge and on a geological hotspot. What this means is that the country is loaded with geysers and volcanoes. As a result, over 50% of Iceland's total energy consumption comes from geothermal sources. And to wrap it all up in a nice little package, using geothermal energy in Iceland dates back to 1930. 10 years before Rapture was even conceived, meaning that not only is it possible to build the city today, unbelievably, all the technology for an underwater city existed by the time Andrew Ryan started his plans in the 1940s. All told, it appears that Bioshock provides a decent lesson on underwater urban planning, plus the 40s setting is actually the year when the technology to make this possible all came together. So why hasn't this happened? Who says it hasn't? Have you researched the ocean floor around the mid-Atlantic ridge lately? I have. And my research didn't turn up anything. Still, the idea of oceanic living is catching on. Underwater restaurants, a secret underwater hotel planned off a private island in Fiji, a $1.5 billion underwater complex in Dubai, but most bio-shockingly of all, in 2008, a group of millionaires, including the founder of PayPal, started the Seasteading Institute, an organization dedicated to making independent floating ocean nations. Okay, so they're not underwater, but stick with me here, because this is a biggie. They want these floating, independent nations to run on utilitarian principles. Laissez-faire, hands-off, each man entitled to the sweat of his brow. In other words, Andrew Ryan's, and yes, Ayn Rand's philosophy. Okay, so we didn't get through the whole episode without mentioning her again, sorry. The first test of this is set to happen near the San Francisco Bay sometime coming soon, so keep an eye out for that. In the meantime, I recommend that everyone throw away their retro scuba gear and pour salt on any suspicious-looking slugs. But hey, That's just. Thanks for watching.
Anyway, more. Who killed a
Wells Fargo ha hecho posible que pequeñas empresas puedan crear o conservar más de 222,000 trabajos, con unos $420 millones donados para apoyar a dueños de pequeñas empresas de segmentos diversos. Wells Fargo, el banco para ir con todo.
Need a place to play D&D online for free? We've got that. Easily plan your next session from anywhere with Roll20.
Fanboys and fangirls unite because we're bearing the naked truth behind video gaming's most famous murder.
Damn.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show where our favorite limit break is Mind Blow. Final Fantasy VII, one, if not the most loved and reviled games of all time. A game so defended by fans and so attacked by haters that no reviewer dare touch it. But here, we don't look at good and bad. We look at truth. And often, that truth is more shocking than Aerith's death. Oh, should I have put up a spoiler alert? Too bad! Get out from under your... This rather well-devised segue brings me to my main point. Have I really spoiled anything? Based on her wounds, should Aerith have died? In fact, does she die at all? This week we're looking at the anatomy of a murder that has rocked the gaming world since 1997, and I guarantee the truth will shatter what you thought you knew about this unforgettable and heartbreaking event in gaming history. Let's start by setting the scene. Aerith, innocent flower girl from the slums of Midgar, is found alone, praying for the protection of the planet. Chances are, if you're not a teenage boy fascinated by PlayStation-era jiggle physics, Aerith is your female character of choice. Her vigil, however, gets a rude interruption when Sephiroth, the heartthrob of game villains, rams his impossibly long sword through her torso. Insert your own joke here. Fast forward to her slumping over, Sephi dislodging his massive weapon, Aerith losing her magic marble, RPG fans the world over weeping sad, bitter tears, touching water burial, and cosplayers around the world erecting shrines to their fallen heroine. Sorry, got a little choked up. Pardon my big, manly tears. Anyway, that concludes your tutorial, but what really happened? Let's rewind. First, the actual stabbing. Viewers affectionate towards fictional women may want to look away. Notice the magical brown belt that just appears out of nowhere halfway through this scene? Ha! Not only is this a glaring and embarrassing graphical oversight for Square, it gives us a great guide to where the sword is going. Here, we see that it's a straight shot right through, from the middle of her back to the middle of her front. Superimposing a skeleton onto her body, we see that the sword is penetrating right below her sternum, the central bone of the rib cage. So it's definitely going through her abdomen in the front, and piercing her vertebral column, and thus her spinal cord in the back. Listening to the scene backs this story up. If I know my sounds of horrific death, and I most certainly do, these are the dulcet tones of steel scraping on bone. Looking at another diagram, we see that the sword is too low to hit the heart and lungs, but the liver, stomach, and perhaps the intestines might suffer some damage. And with one final diagram, we see that the inferior vena cava and the descending aorta both follow the path of the spine, and are thus targets for the sword. Overall, I feel confident in saying that this would be a serious injury. Death would seem certain. But look again, my CSIs in training. What's missing? I'll give you a second. Dear viewer, I ask you, where's the blood? There isn't a drop to be found anywhere. And before you rush off to the comments saying, oh, they didn't want to make the game too graphic, they clearly use blood elsewhere in the game. First, smeared across the walls when Sephiroth slaughters everyone at the Shinra headquarters, and, more noticeably, when you finally defeat the white-haired weirdo. But Aerith shows no injury. How can this be? Well, miraculously, it's been done before, and all joking aside, if you're squeamish, you might want to look away for this part. In 1947, Time magazine reported on a Dutch named Miran Dajo, a man who claimed to be invulnerable. He dumbfounded medical experts at the time by piercing his body with swords, spears, and various blades without causing himself any internal injuries or bleeding. There were also reports of him surviving boiling water, burning irons, and being shot in the head. It's said that he learned his methods from ancient religious holy men named fakirs. Wait, an ancient and mystical people? Did I mention that Aerith is a Cetra, an ancient, a deeply spiritual people with mystical abilities? Huh. Seems like a mighty important detail to have mentioned right now. Alright, so say that through part miracle and part mysticism, there is no bleeding or organ damage. Why does she collapse? Well, you can't get around the fact that the sword severed her spine. I mean, no case of scoliosis is that bad, and we even heard it. Let's look at one last diagram. The spine is divided into 4 sections based on its location in the body. Cervical for the head and neck, thoracic for the chest and stomach, lumbar for the lower back, and sacral for around your pelvis. Because the spine is the highway of information from your brain to the rest of your body, injuring it is like causing a bad car wreck, ceasing traffic further down the road. Based on the sword's position, it looks like it pierces through the T7 vertebrae, or the 7th bone down in the thoracic section. An injury to this part of the spine not only destroys your ability to move your legs, but it would also prevent you from controlling your abdominal muscles. In other words, you wouldn't be able to hold yourself up. You would just slump over like a rag doll or a corpse. However, Aerith would still have control over her arms and head, so why wouldn't she move for the rest of the scene? Spinal injuries can result in extreme dilation of the blood vessels, meaning that not enough blood would make it to the cells, resulting in shock and eventually knocking her unconscious. What I'm saying is this: stabbing, slumping over, and closing your eyes doesn't necessarily mean that she was dead. In fact, no blood, loss of abdominal control from a spinal injury, and unconsciousness due to shock means that Aerith could easily have been alive when she was set adrift. You mean that Aerith could still be alive? I understand if you need further proof. Coffin. During her sentimental burial, she sure think like a stone, doesn't she? Funny, considering that dead bodies tend to float for a while as oxygen is trapped in their lungs. Eventually, they do sink when the air in their lungs is replaced with water seeping into their system. Live bodies, however, have a harder time staying afloat because of the tension in their muscles and the fluctuations of oxygen in their system. Aerith's lack of buoyancy would hint at her still being alive. Why not swim to save herself then? Don't forget that she'd still be suffering from a bad case of unconsciousness mixed with an unhealthy dose of paralysis. Wait, so Aerith might still be alive? Let's look at the whole tragic scene play out once again. Sephiroth impales Aerith, paralyzing her from the chest down. Miraculously, all vital organs and blood vessels are severed as not a drop of blood is spilled. However, with an injured spinal cord, Aerith collapses as she can no longer support herself upright. The scare sends her into shock and she passes out, unconscious. Cloud, not the brightest clone of the bunch, assumes she's dead and sets her to drift, and her still living body rapidly sinks. Wait, a living body underwater and unable to swim? Then that means, yes, it's even worse than we thought. To put it bluntly, it's very possible that the true murderer wasn't Sephiroth on the altar with the sword. Instead, Aerith may have unintentionally drowned when Cloud set her unconscious body in the water. In a sense, she was buried alive. And that, my friends, puts an even crueler twist on the most shocking, painful, and heart-wrenching scene in gamedom. Aerith, everyone agrees that you left us too soon, and we, as gamers, were forced to comfort ourselves in the large, warm cushions of Tifa's chest. Or was that just me? Anyway, it's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
We're still going. There's a lot more to this, jeez. Guacamole.
The world
world of once human experienced a catastrophic event known as Starfall. Extra
Get ready for an upgrade, because this week we're rebuilding you better, stronger, and faster.
I'm going crazy.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that artificially augments your mind every week. I know this may stun a lot of you, but I like smart games. What? At this point, that's about as surprising as saying Tingle from the Legend of Zelda series isn't exactly what you would call straight. I mean, when your breakout titles are color-changing Tingle's Love Balloon Trip, you can just stop pretending. Anyway, this love of brain stimulation.
1 minute, folks, 1 minute. This is dead. Whoops. I'm back, folks.
Means that I get all giddy inside when I spot a smart shooter on the horizon, especially when it's the sequel to PC Gamer's best PC game of all time. We're talking Deus Ex: Human Revolution. For those of you unfamiliar with the original, if Borderlands and BioShock had a kid who liked cyberpunk and had an affinity for tinfoil hats, that would be Deus Ex. A futuristic RPG shooter with plasmid-like upgrades and a plot straight out of a Dan Brown novel. But where the original was set in 2052, Human Revolution is a prequel story taking place in 2027, meaning that the nanotechnology that gave you superhuman-like powers in the original hasn't been developed yet, replaced instead by more primitive biomechanical enhancements, human-robot hybrids, or in other words, cyborgs. So the question posed to us today is this: 16 years from now, in 2027, will biomechanical technology have come far enough to enable our own human revolution? Let's find out. Like its predecessor, Human Revolution's augmentations apply to specific body parts, ranging from the eyes and cranium to the arms, legs, torso, and skin. For example, one upgrade for the eyes allows you to see through walls, which happens to be useful both in combat situations and outside the girls' locker room. Ha! Yeah, that's creepy. And yes, though we do indeed have the technology to see through walls, it won't be incorporated into the body anytime soon. However, that's not to say that the eye hasn't been receiving a bionic upgrade. For example, check out Rob Spence, aka Eyeborg. This documentary filmmaker lost his right eye as a child and has since worked with a team of researchers to create a false eye fitted with a tiny wireless camera that allows him to film everything he sees during the day and then download it onto a computer at night. The eye is also equipped with a glowing red light that sends a clear message to people walking past him on the street. That message? Hey, I'm creepy. He's confident that in 10 years, the technology will be able to link into the brain, allowing the blind to see. But that's already starting to happen. Enter the Argus 2 and similar projects that are experimenting with cameras that transmit visual information wirelessly to electrode arrays implanted in the back of the eye. The electrical pulses are transmitted to the brain via the optic nerve, resulting in very rudimentary sight. But coolest of all these, meet Neil Harbison. He was born with achromatopsia, a condition that restricts him to seeing the world in black and white. However, with the help of an inventor friend, he's now able to see colors by hearing them. That device on his head is also named the Eyeborg. Hey, I may use bad puns, but at least they're mostly original. Like sound, light is also a series of wavelengths. Neil's Eyeborg is able to slow down those wavelengths from the visible spectrum into the audible range. Red, which has a lower frequency in the color spectrum, becomes one of the lowest pitches. Violet, which is a much higher frequency of light, becomes a higher pitch of sound. However, this also works in reverse, with normal everyday sounds having a color in his mind. For example, Neil perceives the hum of his vacuum cleaner as red, and the white noise memories of Madrid as a city as part sky blue and part cream. Moving on, you've heard of thumb drives, but how about a ring finger drive? In Human Revolution, one set of cranial augmentations enhances your character's ability to hack into turrets, computers, keypads, and alarm systems. But why use your brain to hack when you can let your fingers do the talking? Like this Finnish programmer who, after losing his ring finger in a 2009 motorcycle accident, had a 2 GB USB drive installed in his prosthesis. That's one way to improve your memory. But seriously, is keeping it on your keychain really that hard? And only 2 gigs? It's about time he upgraded his finger, don't you think? So we have a mechanical finger, but how about a whole arm? Arm enhancements in Deus Ex offer a range of awesome skills. Superhuman strength, reducing weapon recoil, and my personal favorite, the ability to break through walls like Kool-Aid's Big Man. Oh yeah! Even though real-life bionic arms may not be able to give you abnormal strength or mascot-like wall-shattering powers, they're still making a huge impact. For instance, the iLim, the latest in bionic arms and the latest to rip off Apple's product naming system. It features the first fully articulating prosthetic hand with 5 independent mechanical fingers that are able to mimic a normal grip. And it's all controlled by 2 contacts sitting on the skin that are able to read the wearer's muscle activity. Just think about moving your hand and it reacts. The iLim might not be able to move fast enough to play the piano like in this Deus Ex ad, but what it lacks in speed, it makes up for in 360-degree rotation. However, if you want someone who is truly a modern-day bionic man, look no further than Jesse Sullivan, a former Powerline worker who, in 2001, was electrocuted so severely that both his arms had to be amputated. Since then, the Research Institute of Chicago has relocated 4 nerves from Jesse's shoulder to his chest, where they're now able to signal the fine movements of the arms and hand. Like the iLim, just thinking about the movement causes slight muscle contractions, which are translated as mechanical movement in the arms. With 2 bionic arms, that officially makes Jesse the first real-life Jax, circa Mortal Kombat 3 when he actually started to become cool. And if there's a bionic arm, that means there's also a leg, right? Absolutely. In the game, upgrading your legs allows you to run farther, jump higher, and move more stealthily, and it's kind of the same in real life. The newest wave of replacement legs uses a series of sensors attached to the ankle of the good leg to read the user's current movement. It then sends this information to software housed in the bionic leg, which translates the information into a movement profile, predicting the next motion the mover desires and then executing it. With power at both the knee and ankle joints, for the first time, those with a false leg can have a normal walking gait and the ability to climb stairs naturally instead of having to limp using a regular passive prosthesis. But as always, we've saved the best for last. Someone who has already begun the real-life human revolution by controlling electronics with his mind. In 2002, Kevin Warwick at Reading University in England implanted a silicone chip into the nerves of his arm. He was then hooked into a computer which read the signals traveling from his brain to his arm, translating these as radio waves. This eventually gave him the ability to control an electric wheelchair and lights with just his brain signals. Ha! He was like a human clapper. He could also hook his brain up to the internet, already a weird thing to be saying, where he was able to get a robotic hand 5,000 kilometers away to copy his own hand's movement. But for his most important experiment, his wife also had a chip installed. It sure takes a special kind of woman. Anyway, the two were hooked up via the internet, and when she moved her hand, he was able to feel impulses going through his own body and vice versa. They were actually communicating through just their thoughts in a very rudimentary form of telepathy. Now that's progress. Which brings us back to our initial question. Will we be living out our own Deus Ex in 16 years? In a way, we already are. A central point in the game's story is the struggle between those wanting to stay purely human and those improving on humanity's design through mechanical enhancements. And even though Kevin Warwick guesses that in 30 years everyone will have a chip in their brain, his work has already come under fire. I think the game's right. This issue will come to a head one day. Maybe not as soon as 16 years, but definitely sooner than we think. So the best I can say is this: play the game, experience the future, and decide which side you're going to be on. I look forward to seeing your discussions in the comments. But hey, it's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Damn, that song was there in 2011. Damn, I didn't know that. Is this game?
Dr. Squatch unleashes the power of natural ingredients.
Wait a minute. Wait, one minute. This is, okay. Okay. Maybe that's my dance song. This ain't
Tinker's item editor.
Minecraft. This ain't Minecraft.
Stick in your hair hose and start thumping, cause this week we're fit to burst.
Perfectly normal. Yeah.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that unites video games and the real world every week. Why am I popping tomatoes in playgrounds, you ask? Because internet research alone wouldn't cover it this week, so we're going on location to do some research into one of the sickest, most violent, and disgusting games of all time, Dig Dug. In this Namco arcade classic, you play as Taizo Hori, a character whose blue skin and white jumpsuit make him look like a Smurf reject. And maybe having nobody Smurf and passive-aggressive Smurf get chosen over him is what sent old Dig Dug over the edge, because Taizo is a homicidal maniac. Your one and only goal in the game is to dig underground and slaughter all the innocent tomatoes and lizards living there. Pukas and frygars, I mean. Seriously, look at these guys. They're about as scary as stuffed animals. The pukas can't even attack. And here you are invading their homes for no reason. No money, no kidnapped princess, not even in self-defense. Nope, Taizo kills because to him, death is just a game, awarding him more points for killing with skill, like an old school bullet storm. But it's not enough to break into a puka's home and say, shoot him. Oh no. Dig Dug features one of the most painful, gruesome ways to die in gaming by injecting his victims with an air pump, then inflating their still living bodies until they explode. Now, as a lover of all things cute and lolcats, I am appalled. So we're turning the tables on Taizo this week to look at whether it's possible to inflate a human until they pop. And be warned, it's gross, it's disturbing, it's game theory. Before we look at the possibility of death, it's worth pointing out some of the underground communities that find body inflation appealing. Take, for instance, the bagel heads of Japan, a club culture that modifies their bodies by injecting saline solution under their skin so that it puffs up in the shape of a bagel. Or the hundreds of people who swap tales and pictures over the internet of ballooning body parts, or who literally use balloons to alter their figure. The patron saint of these communities? Blueberry Girl Violet Beauregard from Willy Wonka. And I'm only partially kidding about that. And then there's the stuff of nightmares. The super creepy rubber suit community with members like Mr. Blow Up here. A British man who has built himself a variety of inflatable suits and other things. Because, personally, I don't want to know. How does his wife feel about all this? She thought it was a good idea too. Personally, I think the scariest part of this image is his dental work. I mean, man, way to reinforce British stereotypes there. In any case, good luck trying to clear your head of these mental images for the rest of the episode. Suffice it to say that human inflation is a bizarre topic, so surprise, surprise, there haven't been many possibility of humans bursting like bubbles. But we as gamers need to know the truth about this arcade classic, and I'm proud to say that I've dug it up. Don't start. Just 4 months ago, truck driver Stephen McCormick of New Zealand became the world's first human balloon. While at his company's workshop, he slipped and broke the air hose off a brass nipple, controlling the compressed air tanks used for his truck's brakes. The nipple entered his butt. Oh, this just gets better and better. Where it started to fill his body with air at a rate of 100 pounds per square inch. As he continued to expand, McCormick said that he felt like his foot would pop and that skin began to feel like a pot roast, crackling on the outside, but soft underneath. He became so inflated that the fat and muscle of his body actually separated. Luckily, coworkers were able to remove the nipple from his butt before... well, we don't really know what would have happened, do we? That's what we're trying to find out. Anyway, the story ends with 3 awkward days of deflation in the hospital. Just how do you deflate a human? Steven explains.
So you just have to fart it out or burp it out.
Fortunately for old Steve, he survived, but unfortunately for me, that means more research. So back at the drawing board, I realized that there's more than one way to pop a human. Sure, you can inflate them with air, but you can also decrease the air pressure around them. Think about any space movie where the pressurized suit rips, like in Total Recall or Outland. One tear and your insides are splattering your face shield. The reasoning behind this is that in a vacuum like space, there would be no air pressure pushing down on the outside of your body. However, the gases in your body would be pushing out, and the water in your soft tissues would turn to gases, causing you to expand until popping, like this balloon here. However, though it was a good lead, we just hit another wall because this is just a movie myth. During testing for the Apollo space program, a pressure suit failed, exposing the wearer to near vacuum conditions. He passed out after 15 seconds due to a lack of oxygen in the brain, but was revived when pressure returned. His last reported memory was the saliva on his tongue boiling, but his and other fluids didn't turn to gas because the body's internal containing pressure kept them in liquid form. And the minor swelling that would indeed occur was easily handled with the elasticity of the skin. There is one take-home message though, and that's if you're ever planning on entering the cold reaches of space without a suit, don't hold your breath. The gases could cause permanent internal damage. So even the extremes of space were no help this week. Instead, the answer was underwater. The Byford Dolphin is the name of a drilling rig contracted by BP. In 1983, it made news as perhaps the world's only recorded case of explosive decompression. In short, 5 men were killed when an operator's error caused their diving chamber to instantly drop in pressure from 9 atmospheres to 1. One of those men, the one who experienced the biggest pressure differential, actually did explode in a way very similar to this moment in the James Bond flick License to Kill. However, the other 4, despite also experiencing the pressure blast and having their bodies boiled from the inside out, stayed intact. So suffice it to say, it is possible to inflate someone until they burst, but it takes an unbelievable amount of pressure under an unbelievably short amount of time. A hand pump alone won't cut it. Which brings us to our on-location research. Because in the game, you're not inflating humans, you're popping pukas, an enemy originally inspired by the tomato. So just how many pumps does it take to pop a puka? Let's find out.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's man. Oh my god.
So that was only 2 pumps. In the end, each tomato took about 1 to 2 good full pumps, meaning that if Dig Dug were 100% true to life, the game would have been a whole lot easier. However, it also means that the skin of the tomato is a lot less elastic than human flesh, so the way pukas pop in the game is fairly accurate to their real-life inspiration. Design team win! With tomato guts flying everywhere though, how Taizo keeps his jumpsuit so clean is beyond me. Maybe we'll have to check that out on another episode. Popping humans, popping tomatoes, it doesn't matter. It's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for
One minute, folks. 1 minute. Anyway, folks. Anyway. I was just yelling at my friends because someone removed their life from the thing. And Pokemon versus Creationist.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone. But getting in the zone and staying there, that feels more like luck than something you can control. So that
Prepare for trouble and make it triple, because this week it's a Pokemon battle, round 1. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the rare candy of your web video experience. Let's face it, Pokemon is an adorable game. Around the age of 10, trainers receive a cute starter animal that becomes their best friend while they travel the countryside to meet new people, engage in fun tournaments, and add to their animal collection. What's not to like? A lot, considering that the series has been attacked on all sides by practically every institution imaginable. Creationist groups claim it's brainwashing our children into believing evolution, and that the Pokerap contains satanic messages. Parent groups say that it teaches violence and brutality towards animals. Ethnic groups have said that the games embrace racial stereotypes and are pro-Nazi. And wildest of all, 2 9-year-old boys sued Nintendo because they claimed that Pokemon caused their problematic gambling addiction. Jeez, calm down, people, it's just a kid's game. Or is it? Because there's so much ground to cover, we're dedicating 3 episodes to uncovering the truth behind the supposed evils of the Pokemon universe. This week, we're taking on evolution. Do creationists have a case here? Is this game brainwashing our children into thinking that we are the descendants of apes? And when we start belting out, "I wanna be the very best," are we actually singing our praises to the Underlord? Get your openers ready, because we've got a can of worms with our name on it. The creationist evolution debate is no small issue. Polls over the last 5 years have consistently shown that about 40% of Americans believe in creationism, or the theory that God created humans on Earth within the last 10,000 years. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the other 60% believe in evolution. Oh no. These same polls have shown that at most, evolutionists make up another 40%, leaving about 20% undecided. For example, of the 51 contestants competing in this year's Miss USA pageant, only 2 unequivocally supported Darwin's origin of the species, which means Charmander would be flipping a big middle finger to a huge proportion of Americans, if he actually had a middle finger. To see if these creationist claims have any legs to stand on, we need to first understand Darwin's theory. Evolution is defined as the change over time in the inherited traits found within a population. Certain inherited traits make a creature better equipped to survive.
I just chugged some water and I accidentally had it over my nose, so I just fucking poured water down my nose. God damn. My name's Daniel. Put water down my nose. Oh damn. Oh damn. Oh damn. Oh damn. My chair fell. Okay, let's just 1 minute, folks, 1 minute.